Good morning. Katie, are we ready? Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting of April 15th, 2026, meeting number 13, 10:01 to order. Could I please have you stand for the national anthem? Thank you. Trustee Acorn.
Welcome to Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, a welcoming place for peoples from around the world. We wish to acknowledge that the land in which we gather this morning is Treaty 6 territory and is a traditional meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home to many Indigenous peoples. We also acknowledge Treaty 8, Assiniboine Winnewac Nation, and Mountain Métis in the Grand Cache region, where some of our families, schools, and staff are located, and from where they may be joining in today's meeting located here in Edson.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone had a wonderful spring break earlier this month. This week, we celebrate Education Week across the division, a wonderful opportunity to recognize the vital role of public education and to celebrate the incredible work taking place in our classrooms each and every day. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the recent Indigenous education event held in Jasper. It was an important and moving opportunity for learning and reflection. On April 12th, participants gathered to hear stories from families displaced from Jasper, sharing around a fire at Jasper Junior-Senior High School. The following day, educators and presenters came together to honor Indigenous traditions and histories. Opportunities like this remind us that the journey toward reconciliation is ongoing and collective, benefiting not only our students, but also their families and the broader community. We extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who participated, with special thanks to Rayanne Miller for organizing the event and to all the presenters for sharing their knowledge and perspectives. As we move into today's meeting, we have several important items before us. Among them is the significant and challenging decision regarding the sustainability and potential closure of one of our rural hubs, Fulham Community School. Over the past several weeks, the board has heard from a community that is deeply committed and passionate. We have received your letters, listened carefully to your perspectives, and witnessed the strong connection between the school and the agricultural fabric of the region. We also want to recognize the thoughtful and forward-looking work of the Fulham principal and the school team, who have put forward a proposal to reimagine the schools as a natural resource and farming educational center. It is an inspiring vision that reflects both an initiative and a deep understanding of rural education. As trustees, our hearts are with our rural communities, and we recognize the vital role these schools play. At the same time, we carry a responsibility to all students across the division and to the careful stewardship of public resources. As we consider this matter today, we must weigh the long-term sustainability of our schools, the realities of the current funding model, and the potential use of limited reserves. This is not a decision we take lightly, and we thank the Fulham community for their grace and advocacy throughout this process. With that, are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, can I have someone? Trustee Bird? All in favor? And that is carried. Minutes of this special board meeting for March 6th, 2026. Is there any corrections? Seeing none, will approve by unanimous consent. Minutes of the regular board meeting of March 11th, 2026. Are there any corrections? Seeing none, it's carried by unanimous consent. So we're very fortunate today to have our Spotlight on Students featuring Echo Mountain View School. So I'd like to welcome them in. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't just leave that one on. We are going, I know exactly where one is, but it's upstairs. Cool. We did it there. I think that's the one we have. You guys mind up. Our goal is to kind of use these three microphones here. And do you want them to face? Yes, we're gonna face towards the board. Abby. Hey, slightly less tall people are gonna go in front. I said less tall, I didn't say tall. Less tall people. Make sure you have enough room.
Yeah, guys, we need to scooch a little bit more. Come on, yeah, scooch more, guys. We need to scooch more that way. Scooch more that way. Deep breath. We have to scooch more that way. Can you guys hold this way, please? Guys, now I'm
Problem is.
Abby, just a tiny bit more. Oh, yeah.
I can hold it. Yeah.
Good morning, Ms. Schmiel. Welcome. Thank you for bringing, is this a multiple grade?
Yes, this is our grades 4 through 7, the musical theater group. So they come in at recess time and after school School for practice. And this year our production is The Lion King. So today we're here to perform 3 songs from The Lion King. 2 of them you'll probably recognize. And we karaokeed the whole way down here. So we actually did all of the songs on the way down. So they're really warmed up and we're really excited to perform for you.
Welcome. Thank you.
We're pals, right? Right. And we'll always be together, right? Oh, oh, Keo. Oh, oh, Keo. Oh, oh, Keo. Oh, oh, Keo. And my father told me, look at the stars. Great things have happened for us with those stars. Wait, 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 wait. Oh, Keo. Oh, Keo.
Our second song today is one of the key songs from The Lion King. It is Hakuna Matata. There's actually 2 different parts of it. So there's a Hakuna Matata 1, there's a little bit of dialogue in between, then there'll be a number 2.
Hakuna Matata. Matata? It's our motto. What's the motto for you? These 2 words so all of your world. That's right. Thank you, my dear. Why, when he was a young one. Very nice. Thanks. Sound. parent. Any antelope? No. Hippo? Nuh-uh. Listen, kid, if you're gonna live with us, you gotta eat like us. Hey, this looks like a good spot to rustle up some grub. Ew, what's that? A grub. What's it look like? Ew, gross. Tastes like chicken.
Slimy yet satisfying.
I'm telling you, kid, this is the great life. No rules, no responsibilities, and best of all, no worries. Well, kid, enjoy. Okay, here goes.
Hakuna Matata.
We say Hakuna, we say Matata. Hakuna, Matata, Hakuna, Matata.
Our last song for today is one that's a little more serious. It's Can You Feel the Love Tonight? It's one of their favorite songs, and I absolutely adore practicing with them. And so this will be our final song for today. So before we exit, I'd like to say thank you so much for having us. It is a pleasure to be able to share part of what will be the final performance of The Lion King Jr. It will take place at École Mountain View School at the end of May. We will have a total of 3 full performances. We'll have 2 school performances and then an evening public one. And I'd like to invite you to any or all of them.
And with all
Thank you.
Thanks again for having us.
Thank you so much. Before you go, I know trustees would like to comment.
That was like, I have tears in my eyes right now. Thank you so much. That just warmed up my heart today. And you guys sounded amazing. Your solos and everything came through so well. Well done, all of you.
Well, Mountain View School, that was just beautiful. And thanks for the variety of music. We can hardly wait to come and see your show. What I really loved is how well you worked together. You were listening to one another and you were looking at one another with a lot of love, because this is a pretty loving story. But how about we all give Miss Schmiel a huge hurrah?
Thank you. I also, my goodness gracious, so wonderful. I can hardly wait to come and watch. My question is, did you say how long have you been doing this in practice? Like how many weeks have they been doing this?
As part of the process, we have the students involved in deciding which play it is this year. So I have a meeting in September, October, and they actually get to decide which play it is. And then I purchase it and it takes a few weeks for that. And then there was an event in October that delayed a little bit of our practice. Casting was done just before Christmas and we really started rehearsals in January. And so they're doing this in 15-minute recesses.
I just wanted to say that I can't wait to see your guys' whole show. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
I loved it too, and I had to get a Kleenex because she made me cry, which often happens. This is the best part of our board meeting, and it reminds all of us of what we do every day for you guys. Thank you.
I was just going to say ditto to all that, including the tears. So thank you.
I want to thank you for making a trip today. As we look out the window, thank you so much. And for all your hard work, it shows. Thank you. And now we're going to take a 10-minute recess and we're going to step out into the hallway. Thank you.
Well, and the last thing, I mean, when I met most of you, you were just like little tiny itty bitty children, and you've grown up so well and you represent your school so well. Mountain View School is proud. Mrs. Murphy is proud. So is Madame Smeal. Well done. You guys made us all feel like we belong here. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. That was wonderful. We always appreciate our spotlight on students, and we like it when they attend virtually, but it's always so wonderful when they can attend in person, and we're always thankful for that. If we move on, our delegations, we ATA none, QP none. Yep. But we do have two public presentations. Our first one is Miss Lynette Clue. Welcome.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Good morning. You asked that we speak on something new. Sorry, I am going to cry. Well, I'm going to speak on my family's personal experiences with Fulham School. Starting with December 16th, 2012, my husband and I were told that our 18-month-old angel of a daughter was born with Down syndrome. At this point, every horrific thought blows through your mind. Fast forward a few years to when you have to pick the right school for your disabled child. You see your Serena. Sorry. You see our Serena cannot handle loud crowds. She needs people that are patient. She's going to require extra one-on-one time. We had done many conversations with parents and teachers from Edson about their schools and their programs going on and the pros and cons. But my husband Dave and I chose Fulham. Why? Oh, sorry. Small rural feeling, small classroom sizes, teachers that cared, teachers that understood that Serena loved animals, that she loved outdoors, teachers that went the extra mile. Thank you. Our Serena aged out of Fulham, learning how to read, write, making friends, playing with others, and most importantly, being part of a massive, caring family and community. She knew every student's name better than some of the students did better than some of the teachers did. And those Fulham students took care of Serena and still do today. Anytime a new student would arrive at Fulham, they would start to pick on the different students. And let me tell you, those outside students, they were put in their place immediately. You do not bully a fellow Fulham student. No Fulham student is left behind. We never worried about our Serena at school. Yes, she challenged everyone, very stubborn. But at Fulham, everyone rose to the challenge. And she was very successful, and she is a very successful, determined young lady today. So yes, putting our daughter with Down syndrome into Fulham was the best decision we could have made. And others need to have the opportunity to choose Fulham also. Did you know back in the day when Fulham students would make their way from Edson schools that they were known to be socially awkward Fulham F-ups? Yeah, shocked me too. But that is no more. Serena's younger sister, Brooklyn, also attended Fulham. She graduated Fulham with top marks. And Brooklyn carried on her successes into grade 7 last year. She achieved a 98% average in all her core and option classes. And yes, today in grade 8, she's on the right path to achieve the same high marks in all of her school classes. Brooklyn also plays several school and Edson sports teams. A successful 4-H member, an excellent public speaker, puts mom to shame. She is a present and future leader of an amazing, successful story from Fulham. She spent 7 years there and destroyed the stigma of Fulham F-ups. There are so many more successful community members that started their path in Fulham. We need to continue these successful stories. Our third daughter, Davlin, currently is in Mr. Beck's 4th grade classroom. When I told her the news that this may be her last year, she looked at me and said, "No, I am not done there yet. This fall, I'm going into Mrs. Manelli's classroom." Davlin has set the goals for herself and needs to make those goals and dreams happen in Fulham, not Edson. As a family, when we discussed what the possible future Fulham School could be, our 2 oldest daughters want to go back and experience it. The new rural Fulham School. But when you hear from Davlin, hurry up, I only have 2 years left, get it built. On another note, I've been part of the Fulham Parent Council for 9 years. I've been vocal and truthful about the past issues in Fulham to the past school board. They obviously did not understand the need for the leadership change. And now, under new leadership and board, Fulham has a chance to blossom into a prosperous rural community school. Our community, our children, our future needs Fulham School. So please vote with your hearts, knowing that you are making a huge difference in our children's future, and our community depends on it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Clute, for that. We have a second one. Mr. Clayback, I believe Superintendent Scobie, you will be reading.
Yes, I have Clay's words here, so he knows that I'm going to read on his behalf.
Thank you.
So Chair, Trustees, Superintendent Scobie, and members of the public, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wasn't planning to make a final statement today, but I became concerned that my silence might be interpreted as acceptance of the recommendation that Fulham Community School close on June 30th, 2026. I want to be clear. I believe this board will make the right decision, one grounded not just in finances, but in what is best for children. We must define viability through children, not just dollars. Throughout this process, the term viability has been used in a very narrow way, focused almost entirely on cost. But schools are not businesses and children are not budget lines. A true meaningful definition of viability must include student well-being, continuity of learning, equitable access to education, family and community stability, long-term demographic sustainability. When we define viability only through dollars, we risk making a decision that looks efficient in the short term, but creates a much greater long-term cost for students, families, and communities. The data about young children shows stability, not decline. We've heard that Yellowhead County's overall population declined. That's true, but it's not the right measure for an elementary school. The key group is ages 0 to 4, the children who will actually enroll. 2016, there's 615 children. 2021, 650 to 700 children. 2024, 65 births, a 25% increase over 5 years. This is not a collapsing population. It is a small but stable and even growing pipeline of young learners. Enrollment is already rebounding. This is not just theoretical. Fulham already has 9 new students and student enrollments, with additional families actively expressing interest. That is real growth happening now, not projected. It shows that when given the opportunity, families are choosing Fulham. The January survey shows strong untapped demand. The board's January 2026 survey asked whether families in Edson would use no-cost busing to attend Fulham. However, the original analysis included Fulham families who are not eligible for that busing, skewing the results. When corrected, 45 valid Edson family responses, 20 families interested, 44.5% interest rate. That is significant. When scaled to the broader Edson K-6 population of roughly 800 students, this suggests a potential interest pool of over 300 students. Even with a very conservative uptake of just 10%, that would mean 30 additional students, bringing the school close to or within its viability target. This is not speculation, this is demonstrated demand. Missing questions. Why are families leaving? The report suggests families may prefer larger schools, but no consultation was conducted to determine whether transportation policies influence decisions, whether program awareness is an issue, and whether administrative or structural barriers exist. Without asking families directly, we are making assumptions, and assumptions should not drive irreversible decisions about children's education. Research is clear. School closures harm children. Research, including the impacts of school closure on rural communities in Canada, Haynes 2022, consistently shows students experience academic and social emotional setbacks after closures. Families experience increased stress. Communities lose cohesion, and young families are less likely to stay or move in. These are not abstract outcomes, they are the lived experiences of children. The financial case is not as clear as it appears. Recently reporting on June 13th, 2025, XM 105 on the division projecting a 0.16 million deficit for next year budget cited pressures like wildfire-related insurance increases, inflation, and unfunded settlements. Fulham is not identified as a primary driver of the division's financial challenges, while Fulham is reportedly responsible for $0.36 million. The math simply does not align. At minimum, the inconsistency creates enough doubt that the board should not move forward with an irreversible decision. Yet we are considering closing a school with clear student demand based largely on cost. At minimum, this creates enough uncertainty that we should not rush into a permanent decision. In closing, trustees, before you vote, I'm asking you to picture the faces of the children who walk into Fulham every morning. Not numbers, not cost centers, children. Children who feel safe there, children who are known by name, supported, and believed in. When families send their children to a public school, they are placing their trust in you. A promise that their children matter. That rural children will be treated the same, with the same care, the same dignity, and the same opportunity as any other child. And a promise is a promise. Closing Fulham may balance a spreadsheet, but it breaks that promise. Please honor the children in your care. Keep Fulham School open.
Thank you for that. We do have a public comment period now. If we would like to invite anyone to make a comment. Okay, seeing none, we'll move along. Board chair report. I don't have any correspondence, but I do have just what I want to touch on is I attended PSBC on April 9th and 10th. And I attended a PD session with Daryl Robertson, who is the retired superintendent from Edmonton Public. His session was on engaging the moral ownership of public education and more. This session really resonated with me as we learned about social capital. I learned social capital is the active connections among people, the trust, the mutual understanding, shared values, and behaviors that bind community members. We heard about levels of social capital, the investment required, and how to build. This was a very well done session. Trustee Mines shared with everyone his information. I also attended sessions on board superintendent relationships and board evaluations, which were also very well done. Then on April 12th and 13th, I attended the Grand Yellowhead Public School Division Indigenous Education event. The group learned about how Indigenous games translates into curriculum, the art of tufting and quill work, which I'm very happy to show that I did both and had a wonderful time learning about that. The knowledge surrounding the making of teas and salves from natural herbs in the plants around us, and also the historical findings around the removal of the Indigenous families from Jasper and Script. It was very well done by, oh, and I forgot the soap. Oh my goodness. So there was also soap making. And so the soap making and then the knowledge around the removal of Indigenous families was done by two members who were former students of Trustee Mines from the Grand Cache area. Their sessions were very well done, and they spoke to us the evening before really in depth about the removal of families to where I don't think many of us even knew the extent. So it was an amazing experience, and I thank you for inviting the trustees to participate in this event. And that is my report. So we will move on to Trustee committee reports, and we'll start with policy committee.
Thank you. As you can see today, we're going to be looking at the calendars, and we'll be at our next policy committee. We've got policies we'll be discussing, and they'll be coming forward in May. Thank you.
Recognition of employees,
Nothing at this time.
board planning,
We've had several meetings over the last little bit. We are going to be talking about Sandy that we've hired for Superintendent Scobie's evaluation. And we're also working on the trustees' self-evaluation at this point, looking at putting together some add-ons to the policies when it comes to our evaluations as well as Superintendent Scobie's evaluations. So those are coming, they're just not finished yet.
thank you. Finance committee,
Nothing.
health and wellness committee,
Nothing at this time.
okay, I can speak to the ad hoc, the Wildwood Transportation. We were going to have a meeting in April, but I'm thinking it's probably more like early May. PSBC,
Trustee Boblock and I attended PSBC last week. All the PD and council meeting notes were forwarded to all trustees and our superintendent. While we were there, we did the session on moral decision-making with Darrell Robertson, board superintendent relationships with Sandy McDonald, Indigenous education, language education and language revitalization with Jolene Bull, and board evaluation and trustee compensation with Brian Callahan. Our evening session, media and public school boards, was by Janet French, and she's a CBC provincial affairs reporter. The next day was our business meeting, in which public school board trustees had a really robust discussion regarding Bill 25.
ASBA,
That meeting is this Friday, and so there's nothing new to report there.
thank you. Superintendent Scobie, for your report, please.
Thank you, Board Chair. So I've had an interesting month or so in some of the activities that I was doing. So in my report, I wanted to highlight a few things. One of the things, you saw some of them this morning, the grade 7s from Mountain View School. I was invited by Patsy Ledbeater to the grade 7 class, and we had a Dragon's Den presentation where students had to design something and then sell it, and then sell a share in it and do all the work for it. So some of the Leah who was singing and others that were doing, they did wonderful presentations. In fact, they did presentations around things that we currently need. One was an example of a clock that also showed how to do either a lockdown or hold and secure, which are things that we work on now. And that doesn't sound like a big deal, except for if you're in a shop where there's loud machinery going on. How do you hear the announcement that goes? Or if you're in a gym or in the drama room or the music room. So how do we do those things? So it was very interesting to hear presentations that were on actual problems that we are doing, and they had ideas on how to solve this and then how to do it for each of the classes. One of the neat things about Patsy as a teacher is she really focuses on that hands-on, get in there, explain, and you have to do it. And because the class is French immersion, those kids spoke in English for part of it and answered questions in French from the teachers that were there and their fellow classmates as well. So there was a lot of back and forth. 2 languages, sell, do, and it was an amazing morning of activities. And those kids really extended their learning from multiple different curriculum that were being used. So that was really interesting. And there's a kind of a picture at the bottom of my report there of a few of them from that day. The other thing is we do visits, both Kara and Trudy and I, with our fellow principals, and we work on ideas around what are their professional growth plans look like, what are the school continuous improvement plans look like, and then how do we link those together, and then how does that become professional learning for their whole school. And so I had a chance to go to both Jasper Elementary and Sheldon Coates. Great completely different schools. You have a K to 6 dual track. You have a K to 3 that also has a JK in it. The Jasper Elementary has a daycare license that they use to run some of their pre-K, and that it is a very interesting place. Is both Becky Koss and Jill Hammer had great connections to what they were doing and really showing strong leadership in their schools. We've made some recent changes in Grand Cache. They have about their bus lane and turning it into a parent drop-off lane, and what it means to do that and how you stop a bus and get the kids to load. And those all sound like they're really, really easy, except for when everybody in your entire school is under the age of 8. And so it is a very interesting thing to do, and they've worked really hard to support. So it was wonderful to be in both of those experiences. I went to CAS, much like Trustee Boblik and others have talked about. The learning that we get to do is significant, and we did a lot of deep dives in talking about the upcoming Bill 25. Talked about how the issues with small schools. Talked about how we're working together both in the provincial and then the local fashions. So lots of learning that was there that we did. Assistant Superintendent Aschenmeyer and myself went to a presentation with Nate, where we're now talking about potential to do some work in next year, maybe even starting next year, to get dual credits for our high school kids. Something that we need to expand so that we have many different kids who have many different experiences in high school, so that we can make, we can broaden those experiences here, and dual credit and this potential one partnership, hopefully leading to others, really expanding that out so that we are actually supporting learners all the way from junior kindergarten all the way up to grade 12. And how do we produce those great adults that'll be integrated into society? So that was another really interesting thing. That was one of the most interesting that I've attended in the dual credit world in a long time. And then the last couple of things are about governance. We went as a board to Harry College, and we spoke. We listened to Ryan Magoon do his school continuous improvement plan presentation. It was wonderful. He was unable to do it earlier on this year. We got to see the high school. We walked through the new entranceway that was redesigned and refurbished, and Ryan delivered a really fantastic presentation. He understands the school really well. He had been there before as a teacher and as an assistant principal, and coming back as a principal this year, really presented all the ideas, the growth, and all they have done as a school around resiliency as a school, staff, students, and the continued work that they do with some of the tragedies that have happened there. And so we're really proud of Ryan and the work and his team, his staff. And then we saw students that were there too with big smiles on their faces. So it was wonderful for a presentation for all of us to be there. And we just continue to work together. Trustee Bowman talked a little bit about our evaluations upcoming. The board does a self-evaluation. And what I found very interesting is the work that the board has done. We spoke about it only in a matter of 30 seconds, but the board is engaged, highly engaged in their own evaluation and their own work. And they are taking risks and doing new things instead of what was maybe traditionally been done. And that part is exciting because it allows us to get to know ourselves well and how are we doing, learning, governing, and being a part of this division, not just doing something that maybe we've always done. So that part I was really proud of. And we're doing very similar things with my evaluation. It is an open and collaborative process. And those things are really important for all of us. So the last little bit in the work that we're going to do starting now and moving all the way into June has been really fantastic. And so those are some of the big rocks that we undertook this last month. Maybe it feels like a year, and all the things that we have been doing. So thank you. I'll take any questions if you have.
Any questions? Trustee Bowman?
I was really interested in your dual credit thing. So when I was reading it, I just was wondering what kind of course, because I never taught in a high school. So what kind of courses could they take from Nate, as a dual credit?
Right. I may ask our Assistant Superintendent Aschenmeyer to give a few as well. No, because my work with the dual credit was quite a while ago as a supervisor of learning services and director of technology. So but Kara has gone through and done work consistently. They had some very interesting ones, things like culinary. There was things like welding, some things where they would actually say that our teachers could be not that they would be Nate employees, but but that Nate would certify them to be the part of the course that we could do. The idea was that they would do it as a cost recovery. They would only do a course about $100 a student unless there was extra cost like welding and things like that. So all kinds of stuff. And then there was a couple of other ones that were there that just have escaped my mind.
That's all right. We're a team too. The exciting part of what Nate is now offering and for our public, Nate has not been one of the first post-secondaries to come to the dual credit table. So they have only been involved in dual credit in smaller versions for the last 2 years only. So it's relatively new for Nate. But what is promising for us in a rural area is that they are willing to certify with certain expectations, skills, experience, training that our teachers may have, that our teachers can apply to be instructors of certain courses. So for example, one of those courses which really is applicable to a wide stream of post-secondary is one called Human Anatomy. So in the Human Anatomy course, we could have a high school science trained teacher. They're looking for someone with experience, for example, teaching biology 30. They would go through a process that seems for Superintendent Scobie and I very clear and easy. They want to acknowledge our trained teachers who could then provide human anatomy in an asynchronous manner. Now that piece is really important because in order for cost recovery, the cost of 25 students for that course, dual credit, is a cost that we would need to incur, and Superintendent Scobie and I are looking at how can we support that through learning services funding and doing some tweaking to incorporate. For the public, we do not receive funding to cover dual credit tuition from the government of Alberta. Parents in the Education Act cannot pay tuition related directly to dual credit. We thought that there would be a way around that in the Education Act, and there is not. However, the cost recovery, looking at this, if our teacher is teaching human anatomy, the cost for 25 students is $2,500. And being asynchronous, we could then offer it to all of our high schools, and it wouldn't be blocked into a timetable, which all of our high schools have different timetables and periods starting at different times. There is also options for open studies. So the open studies really was key too, because it was tuition only. Nate does not charge student union fees. They have introductory business courses. And really, if we have open studies available for our students, they can have as low as 1 to 3 students. So that is huge because the number of students can be a barrier for us as well. In terms of the trades, some of the trades, they have to go to Nate to be in their labs. So welding, we may be able to have some of our Red Seal. We do have Red Seal certificated teachers in a couple of trades in our buildings, but they would still require to go to the Nate lab to do that. But Nate is looking at the flexibility of if we have enough students, it could be on a Saturday for a full day and a trip into Edmonton. This is the first time that I've seen dual credit have some flexibility to really include rural divisions that are not close and are not within a 40-minute drive to another post-secondary within our division or in a zone or where our high schools are. So Superintendent Scobie and I will be meeting with our high school principals, sharing the information we have, what's available, having them take a look at do we have student interest, which courses. I could see human anatomy going off easily happening for our students. When we look at the number of students enrolled in biology 30 and the number of teachers who may be able to then offer this in an asynchronous manner, I think that is one that we will likely see in future, but more to come as we formalize.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to add, just for everybody in the public and me who doesn't necessarily know, but for dual credit, does that mean then that the kids who take anatomy are that much further ahead when they hit NATE? Like that will count towards what they're doing?
Absolutely. So what a true dual credit course means, and we offer dual credit pathway courses, but a true dual credit course gives them high school CTS credits, or in this case, science credits, and it would give them the course already completed at a post-secondary that would recognize human anatomy. And that is a very common course that can be used in many post-secondary organizations. So they would have high school credits and they would have completed a post-secondary course in human anatomy.
Trustee Robinson.
Oh, thank you. Just for clarity then, I understand the excitement of the dual credit concept and the fact that it's cost recovery, it's not a cost to the division, but also there's not a revenue component to it, which there was perhaps in the past.
Yes, so if I might thank you, Trustee Robinson, that's a really important clarification. So the no cost is no cost to NATE. It is not no cost to our division, but this is the most cost-effective version of dual credit that we have seen to date. So there is a cost to the division, and you mentioned previously high school credits used to be tiered based on if you are a CTS course. We used to get CEUs, which were tiered, and we got more funding for a CTS course with consumables. And I'm looking at Trustee Mines because she was a principal and was in that world before we went to what was at that time called high school redesign funding. So basically, high school is now really student in-seat funding. Previously, it was based on the type of course. CTS courses used to receive more funding than an English course or a social course. That is no longer the case. It's the same funding for a CTS course as it is for an English course. So the revenue for us is not there in the way that it was available previously.
Superintendent Scobie.
Just to Trustee Bowman's point, one of the other things that I'm sure is not just NATE, but other post-secondaries, is that the courses that were listed to us were all transferable. So it's not just NATE only courses, they will offer it, but lots of these courses are then transferable to other institutions, which I think we kind of said, but it's a really important point because you can do NATE and that's one of our partnerships, but then take it to Red Deer. So if that's where some of our students are going to be going.
Trustee Bird.
Oh, this is great. It's wonderful. I'd just like to say it for the parents and the people watching out there, because I know you do. You talk to me during the week. So parents online, or for those watching later, they're answering some questions about it sets your kids up for future work, and they can explore whether they're interested actually in finance or sciences. And it helps a lot of parents out there were asking me they'd like their kid to not have that gap year. So this kind of helps with bridging that. So some of the kids need the gap, but some of them, they find they're in limbo. So how wonderful. Thank you.
Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. You mentioned the cost of $2,500. Is that per student or is that total cost?
Thank you for the wonderful question, Trustee Caputo. It is course dependent. That is just the example of what the cost would be for human anatomy if we were to run one course of human anatomy taught by one of our teachers. The course cost from NATE to us, our fee would be $2,500. That includes the course syllabus, the course materials, access to NATE's platform, and maybe Superintendent Scobie remembers the name of it. It's not the Moodle, but thank you, Brightspace. So our teacher would then be using the materials created by NATE would be provided to our teacher to do the asynchronous instruction. So again, for our public, it is course dependent. The human anatomy one itself is $2,500. And then we could look at, you know, is it something that Superintendent Scobie and I are looking at? Can we offer this through funding that we can set aside from learning services, which does come from the government and supports our students possibly with this opportunity? We're exploring that as well.
Trustee Mines? Oh.
I mean, I could ask more questions, but the one I'm kind of wondering about, our teachers are right now 1.0. So for a teacher to teach this course, they would have to drop something else under their ATA contract. So I would think for a small school, I'm dropping a course that other students could then not take. If it was an option type course, it's possible. So I worry about that piece. I think that we would have to have a teacher that comes from a bigger school who has way more flexibility in their funding, is just my thoughts, unless we are supplementing that smaller school with funds. I'm curious about the whole, how should I put this? The welding and stuff and what that means for our teachers. And I'm very, the only concern I have, I think it's wonderful, but for our two teachers that are certified and then they're teaching it, would it teach just like another credit? Or if you're doing your welding, do you embed it in your class and then it's not an extra? Because I know those teachers are in high need and we cannot drop any courses in their area.
One of the things that the lady from Nate said was, this makes sense in some areas and not so much in others. So those that have red sealed welders in this case and who are instructors, it doesn't make as much sense in those schools because they're already offering all of those credits there. So it may not work in all schools, the welding may not work, but they had a course offering of 10 or 15 items that they could possibly do. And so some would work well, and it's a good place to start and to see what we could do, and then what we would try and expand into as we move forward. I think it was part of it. Yeah.
Trustee Robinson?
Superintendent Scobie, you made reference in your report to a visit to Jasper Elementary or Ecole Jasper Elementary. I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit. You mentioned a much deeper understanding of the specific needs of the school as well as many successes.
I think that there's been a few things that have happened at Jasper Elementary. We've had some turnover in staff and some of the resiliency that's gone on in the hiring to make things happen and to support the learning of all students that were there. That was really good. I think when you have a brand new principal and when you do a new job and you have a principal who's been there just less than a year, it is difficult to be in the role and to feel like you're meeting the needs of everybody. And sometimes what you need to do is sit down and have some conversations, as each of the three of us have had. And those conversations help to solidify the knowledge that the leadership is there in the school and that things are working well and that the challenges are being overcome. So I think those are some of the real successes. We also walked the school and went into classes, talked to students, saw what they were doing in the halls, in their classrooms, and watched. And then, as we have when we go to schools, interact with each of them. So you can see the successes that are there because there's many challenges Jasper has undergone. The fires, obviously, but then the post-fire rebuild process, the stress that is on families and those kind of things. So the fact that the school is there every day, they teach every day, they're there with a smile, and you have a leader who's there to support them. I see those as really strong successes that have been there.
I just have one comment. With regards to Nate, we did do dual credit with Nate back in 2015, 2016, 2017, and that was at a cost of $2,500 per student, right? And that was a very specific oil and gas, very specific. So, I mean, that was a huge cost. So the fact that we could work with Nate at $2,500 for 25 students,
yes, potentially, yes. And even the one course I talked about was that would be 25,000 would really cost more like $11,000 to $13,000. So their desire to work remotely seemed to be very strong. And the questions that we asked, she had an answer for all of it. And it seemed like we have a place to start, which was really good. Even if we had a smaller group, even if we paid $2,500 for 5 students or 10 students, the cost value to have the completion in high school and the potential for post-secondary, it would be a really great thing for us to do.
Yes, thank you. And just I know I've mentioned this to you before, but here in public is I'd like to see, you know, us reaching out and talking to other colleges and such, because they do so many things online now. We've heard that from other school divisions, so it would be really nice. We'll move on then to AP updates. Back to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you. So we have our administrative procedure on non-resident student tuition agreement and fees. Assistant Superintendent Aschenmeyer will do a little bit of talking as well. Just one of the interesting things is just when you look at the actual layout of the admin procedure is just, there are very few changes, but you can see that the years have been changed and just a different way to present it as well. And then Superintendent Aschenmeyer.
Thank you, Superintendent Scobie. For the public and for you, our valued trustees, this was just simply clarifying by removing dates in the appendix. The understanding that you may need is when international student programming was very intense prior to COVID, and then looking at the COVID years was why there was a demonstration that there was no increase in cost as a result of COVID, I believe is why historically there were the dates in there. It's just a matter of cleaning up that appendix. The dates are really irrelevant. It's based on the cost, which is, as you will see, the same there, just not needing dates as maybe were needed in reference to no increase in cost as to the effects of the COVID and school closures at that time.
Thank you. Any questions? Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. My question is in regards to, because COVID at that time, I believe in the past they used to have Rotary exchange students. Is that part of this too, or is that something different?
No, Rotary exchange is done through the Rotary, and it would not, it would be a different piece. We do not currently have anyone involved in Rotary at this time, so I couldn't speak specifically about cases, Trustee Caputo, but at this point, we also had a pause in our international student program. We have no international students at this time.
Trustee Bowman.
That was part of my question. I was just, because I was really intrigued when I read this. I didn't realize that there would be that many definitions of students from outside, right? And I was wondering if we had any in our division right now, and we don't. The only other question I had was, what is a homestay student? I wasn't sure what that was.
I'm looking at Chair Bobala because she was quite involved in international students previously, and I may encourage Ms. Gilks or Chair Bobalik to add to my comment. Homestay program, Homestay is, I believe, an organization where we have families that connect and are willing to have international students in their home. So it is an organization that helps to coordinate families that are willing to have students come and billet with them.
Okay, thank you.
And see, I do talk loud. And as she had mentioned, the international student program has been suspended since COVID. We've had little interest in coming in this area, as well as there's been a little bit of reluctance from families in the communities to actually host right now as well, for a variety of different factors. So it's good to see that we're perhaps looking forward to moving in different direction and looking for that. Homestay is always a difficult thing for families, bringing children into their homes. Just before COVID hit, we actually weren't using Homestay International. What we were doing was actually principals were actually contacting families that were interested, and then we would pay them directly from the division. So those are two different programs meaning the same thing, billeting families.
Trustee Robinson?
Yeah, I've actually experienced this from a hosting perspective. Several students we hosted over the years. It is kind of a nice program. I did have a question related just to the revision, I suppose, and it's really a minor little thing, but I'm curious as to whether it'd be of value to be able to compare the prior year's costs to the current year's costs. I mean, I don't recall what we may have earned is the wrong word. The $10,000, Trustee Bowman, is to offset the cost of feeding, and you're supposed to provide a student with all the amenities of your culture, et cetera, et cetera. It's kind of a really strong thing to be able to do. But I don't recall what we earned, if you want to put it that way. 10,000 seems high, but probably not. But I'm just curious as to why the revision there. You can't do the comparison then, though. I suppose if you were talking about increasing the costs, then the administration would report what they were. So it's a pretty minor question, but just as curious.
Thank you, Trustee Robinson. The appendix is really for our public and families who are exploring, looking at whether we are offering international education. So I think that's why we've kept it very clean, is because the tuition costs, the registration administration, placement administration, those are the costs for those families who are looking at possibly coming to our division when we have an international program up and running again. Our challenge certainly is that the number one location request is Jasper, and currently housing, and there are some barriers, as you know, living in the national park that have made it very difficult as well. And so that's why the cost is what the cost is. And I'm not sure, not that we couldn't provide a comparison if needed in reports moving forward, if we go back to the full-fledged international student program, certainly for our board. But as far as public is concerned, they just want to know the fee and the cost to come and participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we need a recess break? Okay, we'll continue on then. We'll start with our administration reports, division operations monthly report. Recommendation is that the Board of Trustees receives a report on projects, processes, and or programs conducted by the many central office departments since the last public board meeting as information. We will kick it off with finance and Mr. Alvin Kuzik.
Good, that's correct.
Okay.
Good morning, board chair and trustees. So for this period, we are completed the Q2 25-26 financial report, which has been submitted for your review. We're looking at the budget framework that's been received from the government and analyzing the funding in various program areas. And having the budget system open for principals, et cetera, to input their information. That'll be coming forward here in the next month, I guess. Also, we've been working on the Canada-Alberta School Food Program. So we're collecting information from all the schools, not just financial information, but also information in regards to utilization of the student numbers and cost for purchasing, et cetera. And then also we're looking at hiring a new auditor for the September financial statements review. And we're in the middle of the process right now, looking at 3 different audit firms and analyzing them, and we'll bring that forward at a later date. That's it.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. My question is in regards to the Canada-Alberta School Food Program. When you get the report and you tabulate all the numbers and everything, And if there's like say there's a little bit of carry forward, I'm using the word carry forward, would that be able to be carried forward, or does that have to go
Correct.
back to the government?
No, that's correct. There is a portion the government allowed as 30% of the 25-26 year funding that we can carry forward into next year. So, and there, that means after March 31st, because it's the government's year end is March 31st. So they allowed us to carry forward any of the unspent funding into April or March, April, May, June, and we can spend next year.
So if I may, my question is it because that the government came through with this so quickly that they're allowing a carry forward, or do you think that this might be permanent?
Well, yes, you're right. It is because it came in late in the game. We just received the funding in February, right? This is actually from 24-25 year. So they gave us all the fund 24-25, 25-26 in 1 year. So that's why they're kind of pushing it to spend and allowing a bit of carry forward. Also, there is another allotment in next year, 26-27 budgets. So for the Canada Food Program and the regular Alberta Food Program as well.
Trustee Robinson?
Yes, I just, when reading the report and seeing reference to the P card administrative procedures, it just occurred to me to ask this question, and maybe it's something that the department might explore. I'm just curious because I noticed that the P card refers to Bank America.
US Bank, yes.
And so I'm just, it occurred to me, I wonder how many vendors do we actually deal with that are American vendors? And I wouldn't imagine it would be very many, but you know, in these times with our southern neighbor, et cetera, it's a question that definitely occurred to me. And I'm curious as to whether there's a particular reason why Bank America and not somewhere else. And if there's other purchases that are being made internationally that could be made locally, which again, I wouldn't expect. Anyway, that might be for another time, but it occurred to me and I thought I would just throw it out there.
Well, that's a good question. Trustee Robinson, recently I just did a report on that. US Bank is just a purchasing card, right? It is Canada. It is a Canadian department that we go through for the credit card. It's a Visa. And honestly, you know, we don't really pay any interest. We don't pay any fees. We do receive a certain percentage from our spending. So it kind of works out in our favor using that bank card. Now, again, purchases, a lot of schools will purchase through Amazon. We purchase through the state, certain items and stuff, but it's utilized everywhere. So just like anything else, if there is a purchase through in the United States organization, we would pay exchange just like we would any other credit card. So I've looked into it. Now we've had that discussion with Tash, and yeah, she'll bring it forward at a later date.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your report. Move on to facilities.
If there's questions for facilities, either Alvin or I can answer.
Sir, Trustee Bowman?
I was wondering what you've heard about permission to do the tear down of Evans View and Wildwood.
Right. So we are, I think right now that we are at the point where they're at the point of tender, much as we were just earlier on at the end of March. Point of tender that hasn't all come through yet, and we're waiting to hear our next steps. So it's not in our hands right now. It is waiting for it to come through for tender. That's where we're at, as far as I know, unless you know something.
No, that's as far as we know, and that's with Alberta Infrastructure as well. So it's not through us.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for that report. Transportation Services, Director Van Neck.
I'm not sure if Christine is online. She had hoped to be. Hopefully, she was out doing training. If there's questions, we can try and do some of the the answering of that as well between Alvin and I.
Is there any questions, trustees? Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. It would be a question, I guess, maybe at the next meeting that she could present. Have parents already been notified about the fees that are going to be going through, especially about the 1.6 kilometers is that going to be happening?
Right. So last year, at this time last year, the government extended and gave an extension of the 1 kilometer distance for kindergarten to grade 6 students. At that time, the transportation services communicated to all members that were riding, if you fell within that, if within that distance, you would, that would be a 1 year, there'd be 1 year extension of that distance. And that at the end of this school year, it would be extended back to 1.6 kilometers. It's about 85 riders. That's about how many riders there are that this affects. Mostly Grand Cache, Hinton, and Edson, which makes sense as those, those communities. So that is where that's at. That information went out last year. Riders that were there knew that this would be a 1 year deal. And in the upcoming May and June timeline, transportation services, as part of their regular communications, will be reminding everyone that this is the ridership, this is what it is. And if you're going from being an eligible to an ineligible rider, they will certainly know what is going on. Absolutely.
Trustee Bowman?
I was just wondering, the routing scenarios for next year, is that looking at making rides shorter for a lot of our students, especially in the rural areas?
Right. So then our plan is for May, is in the May board meeting, is to bring a kind of a report talking about each of the potential rides that are there. There is always a desire to shorten rides to the best that we can. They involve where people happen to be living. They involve the potential for how many buses we have and any new partnerships that we're doing, which we know there'll be a new potential partnership with Evergreen Catholic in Hinton and what that will look like. So ridership and optimization of ride times is always on the mind of transportation. And I know Christine and her team, they go and run the rides and they go and try them and they try different ways of doing things. We knew that was evidenced in the Wildwood ad hoc committee that we have, talking about here's some potential ways we could do things. In fact, bringing the actual potential routes there to see what do these ones make sense. Why do we do it the way we do it? So yes.
Any other question? Trustee Acorn?
I was just double checking that the porta potties and everything are in place now in Hinton for those bus drivers.
The answer is yes. The solutions that were there are done. So the reason was there was a couple of back and forths about what we were going to do. The answer is yes, that is in place. I had to check the recesses of my mind.
Thank you. Well, I guess we'll move on to learning services. Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer and Miss Miller.
Good morning, Board of Trustees. Rayanne Miller, teacher consultant, is online and able to answer questions that you may have, and I can as well.
Any questions? Trustee Bowman?
Oh, sorry. Probably getting tired of hearing from me. I just had one quick question. When I was reading through, I didn't understand what a privacy management program initial review is. That was my question.
I am learning as well, Trustee Bowman. This privacy management review is being done with our Secretary Treasurer, with Director Lyle Lee of Technology. It basically is looking at what we need to do to ensure that we are meeting, and I'm looking to Director Lee. He might be able to help me with what these acronyms are. Trustee Robinson, I promised I would be very clear with acronyms. So ATIA and POPIA, which are the replacement for the old FOIP. If maybe Director Lee could just give you what those acronyms stand for, I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, put me on the spot. Access to information and this
Protection of Privacy Act.
Protection of Privacy Act. Yes, I always forget that one. Yes, and the privacy management, we're required to have a privacy. We are required to have a privacy management plan in place by June. So we're working as a group with Tash and others in others in our leadership team to work on having that in place.
Trustee Robinson?
We did get a binder with all kinds of descriptions of what acronyms are, but DELF?
So my second language is certainly not French. DELF, and I'm looking at Superintendent Scobie, but DELF is an acronym that is the International French Language Certification. So our students are involved in, and please, I don't know what the D, the L, and the F stand for, other than the French International Organization. That is part of us being able to evaluate our French speaking students and certify them at an international level of understanding. I hope that helps.
And based on the levels that we have, right? So our students take 4 courses in high school. You take social 10 and 20 in French, and you take French language arts 10 and 20. And then you are certified. In order for us to do this, we have to certify our own teachers to do the training, and then the oral and written components that are there to be challenged. And it's an internationally recognized, when you are certified, internationally recognized French language can be used by things like Parks Canada. So it's wonderful.
And for our public, most divisions charge students to take the DELF exam. And thank you, Dr. Rollins. DELF, the French is diploma in French language. So we as a division want to support the incredible work of our students and teachers involved in French immersion language instruction. And we cover the cost for the DELF exams. That cost does not go to our students or their families.
Diplôme d'études en langue française. Sure. That's...
Thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Bird?
Yes, thanks for all you do. We appreciate you a lot. Can you tell us a little bit more about making thinking visible? Because this is some cutting edge research and showing that this is really making huge difference, scores going up and in self-esteem and so on. How is that looking for the entire division? I know Crescent Valley is doing it, but I don't know who else is.
So just for our public as well, Trustee Bird, thank you for your question. We have been involved in work on making thinking visible, introduced it last year in April for all of our schools, including the principal and a teacher that we asked them to come and help to lead that work. So we had a meeting with Erica Lusky, who is trained by the researcher, Ron Richard, and he is involved in creating through Harvard. He is a Harvard scholar called Project Zero, which actually has thinking routines which allow teachers to see what students are thinking, to understand their thought process. Learning comes from thinking. And thinking is what our teachers need to be aware of where their students are at to redirect or guide. And so what we've been doing is looking at a variety of thinking routines, and they are applicable K to 12, depending on the type of instructional activity, learning activity our schools are doing or a teacher is doing. So we did a review of those. I led our schools through that in a 1-hour session. We met with Erica. Erica will be coming back and meeting all of our schools in Hinton on April 22nd. We are coming together to deepen the work and to continue the work that we will see our teachers do in our classrooms.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have one. Can you speak to the work on the medicine gardens and the native seed projects, please?
And if I might ask teacher consultant Rayanne Miller to speak to this. Rayanne, are you with us?
Yes, I am. I hope you can hear me. And that is a beautiful question, and I would love to be able to answer that. So one of the items that have come up in discussion with our pathway lead teachers was being able to have our students participate in growing medicines and being able to harvest those medicines, dry those medicines, and then gift them to our Indigenous elders and our knowledge keepers who come in and work with our school. Part of that process is we have been applying for different grants to be able to establish gardens in schools that do not have them. And I have also been looking at what other divisions are doing in terms of their policies regarding medicine gardens. It can be a contentious point from some colonial systems because tobacco is considered a sacred traditional medicine. So just looking at what other schools are doing before we come up with a plan, and additionally looking at if we are having gardens in our schools that are not necessarily medicine gardens but are, let's say, flower gardens, ensuring that we are using plants that are native to Alberta and are non-invasive and do not pose a threat to our natural ecosystems. So with our Indigenous annual Indigenous education event that we just had in Jasper, part of that was a little sampling of native seeds to Alberta, and just going to be collecting teacher feedback on those plants, how successful they are, and kind of going from there.
Thank you. I was going to see if I had mine with me. Any other questions? And thank you, Ms. Miller, for supplying us with that answer. That's really great, and I look forward to seeing that. Trustee Bird?
Thank you. That's phlox, everybody. So it's nice to know that we can have phlox indigenously here. This is a tricky question that I'm going to ask, and maybe there isn't an answer for it yet. But under trauma event systems, professional development, are you starting to think about how Bill 25 might limit us in some ways? Or just your general thoughts? I mean, it just came flying at us. It's just thoughts only. I don't expect an answer. I think I don't know is the best answer right now, but what are your initial thoughts? I guess I'm asking you all.
Absolutely. So certainly Superintendent Scobie may have a comment to share as well. I would like to take this opportunity to share with the public that a bill, when it is presented through first reading, second reading, is very general. What determines the specifics that schools will need to do in response to a bill is actually what is called the regulations. So Alberta Education, the ministry, the government will provide to school divisions if and when the bill is passed in the assembly, they will provide a regulations act, which then outlines the specifics of Bill 25. So we know some very, very general things at this point, and it is front of mind. We are waiting to see those regulations, which will guide us as, so if you think of it this way, and for our public, an act is like a policy. So in a school division policy, you set the policies as our governors, and then our administrative procedures explain the how to do things, the rules, the guidelines. So we wait for also that regulation, which defines very clearly the how we are to respond to the act itself.
Yes, go ahead, Assistant Superintendent Rollins.
Sorry, just to add to that as well, we have already started having discussion with our principals because obviously this is front of mind, and some of the wording that has come out with the initial bill, we've started unpacking in relation to the current Ed Act, the Alberta Ed Act, and exploring things. If you've had an opportunity to look at Bill 25 as yet, there's a lot of commentary in that bill around certain things, but they continually reference back to a code of conduct in the bill. And so that is one of our pieces that we're really thinking about right now, and we'll be involving principals in far deeper discussion. We have a Google Doc. Don't we all have Google Docs for everything? We already have a Google Doc that has started pulling out quotes and pieces from the Bill 25 and building in our suggested sort of plan or response at this point in time. So if it were to come to fruition as it is written, we have some ideas. If it comes to fruition and there are changes to it, we will pivot and be agile and be able to respond to that as well. But just so that the public and the board are aware, we have spent a great deal of time already kind of looking at it line by line by line, referencing it back. What does this mean around the flags? What does it mean around the national anthem? What all of these pieces, you know, because every time you make a change somewhere, it impacts something else. And we're trying to be cognizant of what could be coming down, you know, to us later.
Superintendent Scobie.
And I think for everybody to be aware as well, yesterday, as part of our work as the board, we answered a significant survey that was produced by the Alberta School Board Association. The Alberta School Board Association is hosting a full day for board chairs and superintendents on May 4th. All of this to do with Bill 25. So the governance piece, the piece that's being looked at operationally, this is a significant piece of legislation that has impacts throughout the division for all of us. And it'll be interesting to see. Our hope really is that the work of the boards, superintendents, and then the work of our senior leaders will begin to shape this bill and the regulations that go along with it in a way that are closer to what we would like to see than what we hope, or what we hope will not happen.
Well, if we speak to the importance of this within the province and within the 61 school divisions, ASBA sent the survey. They're hosting a half a day prior to May 4th. So there's a lot going into this that is being considered, just for reference. Yes.
I forgot about the afternoon that we're also doing tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Ashmeyer and Ms. Miller. We'll move on to technology with Director Lee. Did you want to talk about Big Rocks, or do you want to just take some questions?
Sure, let's take some questions.
Trustee Mines.
So I see we have opened our AI up to grades 9 to 12. That is exciting, but I'm curious, and I know the answer is going to be yes, because you guys are amazing, but I'm wondering about the training done with this staff so that students still get their critical thinking. And I know many teachers I taught with over the years would be highly worried about plagiarism and whatnot. So could you speak to both of those?
Yeah, so we've released our student AI guidelines to the teachers. We're actually not opening it up to the 9 to 12s till the 24th. But we have had sessions with the teachers in the past going over AI and best practices. I'll ask Candace to talk to that in more detail.
Got mics on both sides here. Okay, thank you. So part of this was not just turning it on blindly. We met with ed tech leads, we've talked with teachers, we've talked with other divisions, and we created a AI student use guidelines, which has information on the focus and access that kids will have K to 12. We've only focused on 9 to 12 right now because that seems to be the most developmentally appropriate at this time. We will revisit it as time goes on to see if there's any changes for that. But within the guidelines, there's a poster that breaks down the use of AI, how you can use it, what you should be cautious of, what you shouldn't do with AI, how to cite and disclose your AI use. As well, there's a acceptable use scale. So teachers can actually decide on a 5-point scale how students can use AI. So it is more of a conversation between teachers and students, instead of students just kind of being like, I didn't know that I couldn't use it, or I used it for this or whatever. It's more about conversation. So we've released the guidelines to teachers. We've had positive feedback thus far, and we will be making edits as things change because we know that AI is rapidly changing. So.
And we did ask for feedback from the from the principals and the teachers after we release the guidelines before we turn it on. So that's why we're waiting a couple weeks to turn it on. So that's
Thank you.
Trustee Caputo.
My question is in regards to the report cards. Are you seeing a lot of parents are looking at them, or what's, because I know that you'd be able to pull out those numbers too from schools and everything to see if there's
Yes.
big numbers being.
I would say, unfortunately, in a lot of cases, the numbers that we look at there are skewed because in many cases, the principals print them out and send them home. So even if we look at a report that says 30% of the parents viewed it online, they might have, the remaining 70% might have received it in a printed form. So I can't really give you an accurate number of how many parents are actually viewing it.
So that in regards to that question is, so what I'm hearing you say is that do they immediately get those report cards printed to them, or do they have to wait? Do they need to come into the schools and ask?
It varies from school to school. It's a principal's decision if they want to do that or not. Some don't and some do, but it's a school's decision. And when they do print, they print on the day that it is released to the portal.
Or the email on that day, the
Yeah.
PDF that goes along with it.
Yeah.
So the day that it's released is the day that it's released, and access is there. And then the other thing which is an interesting question in my mind, is when you have ongoing 24/7 access to your students' results, what does a report card now? Is a report card as significant as it once was when you have in-depth access weekly, in many cases, newsletters from principals and teachers and things. So there are many ways that we're reporting on this. But as a principal, I found that the portal was difficult at that time to access the report card. That wasn't awful, but it was difficult for some. And so that was a barrier. And so those barriers we're working on to overcome. It'll be interesting to see. I would like to see what it looks like by the time we go through next year. We have an upgraded app. We have new ways of doing things. And so I really think there's a lot of people that actually see these report cards and know where their kids are at, even if those numbers don't necessarily show it.
I would say in general, though, that the numbers are improving on the access, the digital access through the portal, in a general term.
Any other questions? Okay, I have one, and it might not be to you, Director Lee, but will we be surveying the 7 to 9 parents regarding the outcomes? It's part of the report card. That's what made me think of this. And I noticed it wasn't written anywhere here. So the outcome-based reporting, the survey to parents, and I'm wondering if we are extending it to students or not. That is a question that came from community.
Absolutely. So yes, we will be asking for feedback on the digital reporting tool, not on the method of outcome-based assessment. It's actually the survey. And I will ask Director Lee to speak to, because we do have history of this survey being done previously, K-6. If you could speak to who this will go to and our timeline, if you might.
Yeah, it'll be going to parents, and we'll also be surveying teachers as well on the tool and how it's working for them. The timeline, I think we were looking at the end of May. Yeah, we were looking at the end of May because we don't want to leave it till the end of the year, and we want to give time for feedback. So it'll be the end of May.
So just for clarification, that's only on the digital portion, not on the outcomes.
That's correct.
So I believe that community thinks that they are getting a survey regarding the 7 to 9 digital reporting on outcomes, not on what I'm trying to say is their concern is regarding the change we made this year, right? Going from percentage to outcome-based reporting. So I believe that community members think that the survey they're getting is regarding their their take and their
ability to make changes to the division's direction on outcome-based reporting.
well, not necessarily to change it, but to give input and
For sure.
feedback.
I think that we as a division for many years now have done outcome-based reporting, and we've moved our way up to grade 9. We follow provincial standards and others that had actually gone before us. We know that outcome-based reporting can be really powerful. We know that the outcome-based reporting can be very specific, and we believe that we are following the right pedagogical direction in order to do this all the way up to grade 9. And so I will do the survey on the tool. We'll do the survey on the others. We're not surveying, the survey on the tool. We are not doing a survey on whether we are going to continue to do 7 to 9 outcome-based reporting, because we are going to continue to do outcome-based reporting all the way up to grade 9. And there may be others that have a bit more that would like to say.
And just to add to that, so we do have a survey out right now for our 7 to 9 teachers and administrators. That is both on the digital tool and the outcomes and the resources that we provided, so that we can get that feedback, so that we can support them better, so they can be having those conversations with their students, with their parents and things like that. So that survey is out until May 1st, I believe. And so we're already getting really good feedback so that we can start supporting in addition to what we've already been doing, but other ways and other resources that we can be providing.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Director Lee and Ms. Gilks. We'll move on to Human Resources, Assistant Superintendent Rollins and Director Campbell.
Happy to answer any questions anyone may have. I would like to add one more big rock to this. It's just a confirmation that our tests, which is the traumatic event systems, and our VITRA, the violent threat risk assessment trainings, have all been locked, confirmed. We have a fabulous turnout for all of the courses, and we're looking forward to running those through end of April, first week in May, and then in June.
Trustee Mines?
That triggered a question with me. I know that the minister announced some extra funding for safety, and we haven't got it, safety and whatnot in schools. I'm really praying, and I doubt you guys have heard yet, but I'm hoping it can cover costs, because our division did a lot of safety preparations this year before the money came through. And hopefully we get it soon enough so that bill for those we can put towards that.
We're hoping the same. Thank you, Trustee Mines.
Any other questions?
It may have been answered, but how was April 13th in Edmonton? Oh, no, sorry, it's not here yet. No.
That's me.
That's
I can speak to it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited about this. Okay, it's always me and Amy.
Yeah.
Oh.
We will finish up with HR and then we'll move on to Director Corser. Any other questions for? Seeing none, thank you very much, Assistant Superintendent Rollins. Now we'll move on to Inclusive Services Director Corser and Trustee Bird. Go ahead.
Amy.
Thank you, Trustee Bird. Yes, so on Monday, April 13th, I had a fabulous day. I was part of a PD all around rolling out the complexity teams. So just an update for everyone, Alberta Ed gave Grand Yellowhead 2 complexity teams and was very rigid that they had to be a teacher and then 2 EAs in each team. So Crescent Valley was selected by Alberta Ed and Equal Mountain View. And so the HR team has staffed those positions, but they're internal. So we cannot release who those positions are yet. But on Monday, I took part in a PD planned by the Alberta Professional Learning Consortium, APLC, and was part of people like-minded in like roles like I am. And we just brainstormed how we're going to roll out our teams in in this province. And we also created like a classroom complexity hub resources of already tried and true resources. So we just dumped a bunch of resources in. And so some of the complexity team people in Hinton also joined me. So it was a great day of learning and kind of building all of these pieces that we need to roll out really quickly. Thank you.
Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. I'm going back to in previous month, and you said SLP practicum students starts March the 4th. Can you tell me, okay, that's March the 4th, that's been a while. Our chances are that that student could ever stay here with us, or do these students, they come here, they learn, and then they go elsewhere? What is
our current practicum student? She's from Edmonton, and so she's working under our SLP Andy Hinchy and is out in all of Andy's schools with her and completing like assessments for next year and everything. She is born and raised in Edmonton, so I'm not sure. I'm trying to, I always try to convince our practicum students to move out to Grand Yellowhead. We also have another practicum student with starting in May with Taryn Erickson Montague, our OT. So we also have an OT position posted. So I would hope that she would like to stay with Grand Yellowhead. We always take them to all of our zones, including Grand Cache. Our last SLP practicum student loved Grand Cache, but also bought a house in Calgary. So she didn't stay with us, but we also next month have another practicum student, an SLP assistant starting with us, and she is a local like EA that is within our division who's worked on her courses through Grant McEwen for the last 4 years. So we are so excited because she's an internal person who will be starting a practicum with us. So we have a lot of practicum students in the next few months. So we're hoping that they'll continue and stay with us. Thanks.
Trustee Bowman.
Hi.
Hi.
I was wondering if you could tell me about your complete light scale retention assessments. How many retention students do we see in our division, just ballpark?
Okay, yep. It varies from year to year. This year I've had 7 requests for retention. So retention means that they remain in the same grade. And in all of our zones, typically those requests come from parents. Sometimes the school staff will make that recommendation. So what happens is I go out to the schools and I do a long observation of the student, observing transition times, recess, all those things. And then I meet with the learning team, the learning support teacher and admin, and the classroom teacher too. And then I go in and complete the light scale retention. And it's an assessment that's used province-wide to base and it scales the student. And part of that scaling system will come with a number, and that number will suggest if that student is a good candidate or a poor candidate for retention. So it's a case by case basis. And so right now I'm working through 7 of them. And there's students that make good candidates for retention out there. And then there's also ones that do not. And we know like research, and a lot of research is around keeping with students with like age appropriate students. And we base it, there's a lot of things that go into that assessment. So it could be amount of peers that were within the class, age, birth date, even stature, like if they're a tiny little student with. So there's so much that goes into that assessment, and there's so much that goes into that process. It's not just like a quick assessment. It's a big process that we look at because we want to make the best decision for each student.
Could I also ask, like, generally what age group are you looking at?
Typically it's all kindergarten students. Yeah. Yeah, usually it's kinder. It's typically the best age to retain if we're going to have a retention. Once student is in grade 3 or 4, they're very aware of the situation. They already have peer connections, so it's usually kindergarten. Thanks.
Trustee Mines?
Just for clarification, because I think parents listening in might think that schools are targeting certain students that could be retained. I believe the Ed Act says that the parents are the primary guardian and they will make the final decision. And most times the parents are concerned themselves. And if a teacher was to make that consideration, wouldn't that be in consultation with the parents, somebody who is far behind and whatnot? Because I just don't want to put that out there that our schools are actively doing that.
No, oh no, yeah. So it's definitely a parent decision, but we always have the assessment to back it up. And yeah, then there's multiple meetings that we meet as a school team, and then we meet with the parents, get their input too. So yeah, there's a lot involved in these assessments for sure.
And I think the final decision rests with either the assistant superintendent or the superintendent, correct?
That is correct. Yes. Yeah. All of them right now, we're just gathering all information and deciding. And then, yes, then they all go up to the superintendent for final approval.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Director Corser. And we'll move on to Communication Special Projects, Director Gilks. Do you have any big rocks you'd like to speak to, or would you like just questions?
Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Oh.
Everybody's hungry.
I think you put together a very good, what you've been doing in your big rocks, you've put together a very good package here for us. And spoke too soon.
Oh, sorry. In regards to the website refresh planning, are you getting input from staff members and community members what they would like to see, or what are you doing with that?
So right now we're working with technology and our current website provider. As part of our contract, we can do a refresh. And so one of the things that we're doing is just trying to make it more modern, more accessible. Right now, there's a lot of content, or we call it white real estate, in the way the current setup is, and the menu, et cetera. So we're really just refreshing it. So no, there is no consultation with parents. Director Lee, did you want to add anything to that?
No, that pretty well sums it up. Yeah, it is a refresh, not complete redesign, I would say. Just a refresh, clean up, tidying things up, that kind of thing.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Director Gilks. We will break for lunch. Thank you. Do we want, could we do 45 minutes?
Yeah, 45-minute lunch will be good. We'll make sure that we just want to make sure that our one presentation this afternoon is here at the time for her to be.
Thank you.
And I think that'll be at 1:45.
Okay, thank you.
She's gonna have to be a big girl.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to move on to our administrative reports, Q2 division financials. Recommendation is that the Board of Trustees receive the second quarter financial update as information. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Board Chair. We'll turn this over to our Director of Finance, Alvin Kuzik.
Good afternoon, Board Chair and trustees. So we completed the second quarter financial update for your review. And basically right now we're about halfway through the year, 6 months out of 12, so about 50% of the way. From a revenue perspective, we're right on par, 50%, 32 million as to date as of February 28th. Our expenditures are around 30 million, just over 30 million. So we have a little bit of a surplus, but take in consideration there's a clawback from Alberta Education in regards to the teacher strike pay. So right now we're basically even. We're in good position. So if you have any questions, I'll gladly answer.
Thank you. Trustees, Trustee Bowman.
Sorry, and I'm still trying to learn all this financial stuff. So when I was reading the conclusion, it said that because of the clawback, that we're going to it'll change to a deficit once that clawback comes.
Yes,
Is
a
that
slight,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes, a little bit of a deficit. So right now, they've taken 1 month, so February, and then March, they're going to take a couple more. So there's 2.3 million overall for the clawback. And right now we have 1.8 million remaining. So that'll put us into a deficit of about $170,000. So it's minor. We'll look at that and monitor it as we go forward for the remainder of the year. And if necessary, we'll make the adjustments from reserves or whatever may be to keep us balanced.
Trustee Robinson.
I was just curious how that compares with last year at this time.
Oh, geez, that is a really good question.
Last year, this time when we did this, we were in a very similar position.
Yeah.
It was we were about $100,000 in deficit, but there was at that reporting time, there's a great many things that were still to come. We were going through the CUPE negotiations, which hadn't happened provincially, and those things had not come forward yet. And we were just beginning ideas with the ATA. So it is a really, the two comparisons are very, very different. What you would have seen in like the February as we wrap that time frame up to what we would have seen in May last year were very different because of the CUPE settlement. So I think what I saw as I came in to this role at the time last year is that February timeframe, we were within a couple $100,000 of where we are now on our, $60 million budget.
Thank you.
Trustee Mines.
I'm curious about the line that our external services, we've 89% expenditures. I'm assuming that's speech path and those kinds of consulting services. However, do we have, are we going to go over in that area?
External services.
So the second page, the last line before the total expenses.
Okay. Oh, right. External services. Well, those costs are actually from junior kindergarten. So right now, junior kindergarten's a little over their budget. So, but yes, they're in line. We probably will. It just seems to be a little high compared to our total budget. So we'll probably be over by the end of the year. So we have a couple more months, and we'll see how that goes.
And junior kindergarten parents pay for their fees, so it could be fees that haven't been collected as well,
Yeah,
possibly.
absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
And if I'm not mistaken, JK ends in May.
It depends on each program. Some JKs end in May, but I don't know any that go really past the middle of June. Like we go in Mountain View is June, whatever, 17th or 18th, that kind of idea.
Trustee Bowman.
Sorry, I did have one more question for you because I'm not understanding. So on this, the statement of operations at the bottom, it says annual operating surplus deficit minus 140%. That seems really big. So what does that mean exactly?
Well, what that means is when the budget was presented, the spring budget was delivered, they're saying they're going to have a deficit of 1.2 million, right? Well, we don't have a deficit. At this date, we're right on par. So we have a surplus, which essentially will be down to about zero when the clawback is completed in the next couple months. So what's that saying is that, yeah, we're 140% over the budgeted deficit of 1.2 million. Yeah,
The negative in this case is actually a positive.
we're at a positive. We're in a good position.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for the report. We'll move on to administrative report 10.3 GYPSD scholarships. Recommendation is that the board receive this report as information about current scholarships within the division. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Right, and we know this was brought from the board just to get some clarity around around this. So we are going to ask that our director Kuzik talks about scholarships as well, please.
All right, so there was a package prepared and submitted for the board to review. Currently, there are about 11 scholarships throughout the division, various schools. The principals from the schools determine who's going to receive the scholarships. The scholarships are all in a positive position right now overall. We monitor them regularly each month and look at the interest that's being earned on each of the and account for that accordingly, right? So if you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them.
Trustee Caputo.
My question, my question to you is how come some of the scholarships have not been touched since 2020? Or is that a question to Superintendent Scobie?
Well, I think the idea here is that depending on which schools there are, who's there in the schools and what is being done. And I think it goes back to a school level question. So we can bring that back to our principals and with each of the scholarships that is for there and decide what is being done, what is continuing on, and what does everybody know that that's there. So I can take that away and bring it back to you.
And then if I may say that there's scholarships that are given that are not reported in this too, just so that you know too. These are just the ones that you guys look after, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
School-based scholarships as well.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're we're through our administrative reports. Thank you, everyone. We have another delegation, Fulham Principal Rose Rumble. Welcome, Principal Rumble.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Trustees and Grand Yellowhead Public School Division operations. I want to take a moment to thank the incredible community that has blanketed Fulham School with support, not over the past 8 weeks, but since the school started in 1916. Fulham School is truly the beating heart of the community. It is a place where generations of people come to learn and grow in a collaborative environment. I truly believe that the overall success of the individuals within our community, as well as our community as a whole, stems directly from the strong foundations of learning developed at Fulham School. I also want to extend a sincere thank you to the Grand Yellowhead Public School Division Board of Trustees for joining us at Fulham at 2 occasions and for truly listening to our community through the March 6th meeting, letters, emails, and phone calls. A special thank you to the Board Chair Boblick, Trustee Bowman, and Trustee Acorn, who, through your numerous visits, have created a true connection with our students. Students are genuinely excited to see you when you come in through the doors and are excited to tell you all their stories every time that you come. Thank you to all the trustees following our adventures on Facebook and replying to our weekly newsletter that I send out to you each week. Thank you as well to operations for providing me with the opportunity and support I needed to learn and grow as a leader this year. Being part of Fulham has been an unforgettable experience. I'm so excited to continue this growth for years to come. The GYPSD foundational statement says, our division endeavors to provide each student with the opportunity to fulfill their potential and pursue their dreams. At Fulham, we echo that. Our motto is that students harvest the joy of learning to make dreams come true. Every student deserves that opportunity. As you make this decision today, I ask you to reflect on how we can best allow the students from the Shining Bank area to fulfill their potential. We all know that for young elementary students to excel, they need an environment that fosters growth and energy. a 10 to 12-hour day away from their home is incredibly difficult for tired, overstressed students to thrive. The need to be at Fulham in their community is needed to succeed. The great news is that people are excited about Fulham. There's a real buzz right now. I've heard throughout the community from numerous people that Fulham is being discussed in grocery stores, at gas stations, and even in staff rooms in White Court. Currently, we are seeing a fantastic momentum. We have 10 new registrations, including 6 full-time and 4 kindergarten students. We also have the potential of a new family with 10 children moving into the area this fall. That includes 6 current school-age children. Combine that with our 25 returning students who are fully registered and 4 more who are just going through the paperwork right now. The picture is clear. I firmly believe that the recent drop in registration is a temporary hurdle, not a permanent reality. However, we find ourselves in a bit of a conundrum. To be viable, we need students registered. But to get students registered, families need the assurance from the board that Fulham will remain viable. By supporting Fulham today, you give local families that assurance. Help Fulham, help Grand Yellowhead Public School Division students fulfill their potential to make their dreams come true. Thank you for hearing me one more time.
Thank you, Principal Rumble. We'll move into our action items. 11.2.1, facilitator for the superintendent evaluation. I'll read the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the services of Sandy McDonald as the external facilitator for the superintendent's annual evaluation. And I will turn this over to our board planning chair, Trustee Bowman. Oh, sorry. Can I have somebody make the motion? Trustee Robinson. Sorry.
The board planning committee did 2 interviews of prospective candidates to do the superintendent evaluation. And, you know, with trying to be fiscally responsible and so on, we decided on Sandy. Sandy McDonald has all the same credentials as the other person did as well. We really liked what he had to say, and Superintendent Scobie has had conversations with him already, and it seems very positive. So we are very excited to have him be part of our process of doing the superintendent evaluation. And I would highly recommend that we vote to hire him to do that. So,
is there any questions for Trustee Bowman? Seeing none, I'll read the recommendation again. That the Board of Trustees approve the services of Sandy McDonald as the external facilitator for the superintendent's annual evaluation. All in favor? And that is carried. Action item 11.2.2, school calendars 2026-2027, final approval. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees approved the attached 2026-2027 school year calendar as final. Can I have somebody make that motion? Trustee Caputo. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Board Chair. So we're going to go through a few calendars here this afternoon. So our Assistant Superintendent, Trudy Rollins, will help lead us through that process.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board Chair and Board Trustees. Just before I get into that, I just want to say thank you for all the feedback that was shared. Even as recent as this morning, some eagle eyes picked up a non-capitalized letter somewhere and a couple of formatting errors. And you can rest assured that this will still go through many readings before it becomes a public-facing document. All those formatting errors will be corrected as they have already been identified. As you are aware, for the 26-27 school calendar, this was an ongoing project from the previous years. There was a survey put out to GYPSD staff, parents, and high school students at the time, around about March 2025, and they voted and gave voice on the initial 26-27 calendar. And then further to that survey, in February of this year, end of January into February, it was a 2-week period, we opened up another survey for all staff and all parents. Those are the results that you see in the board report. There were 1,164 responses with a 64.8% selection for calendar option A. That is the calendar option which we are requesting final approval on today. Some changes to that final calendar, which I just want to highlight and note. September 30th is the stat holiday, which has been included. And then one big change, September 30th wasn't a change from the original calendar, which parents were able to vote on, but one big change that is in fact new and only came into existence literally a week or two ago was our notification from the Alberta government that there is a potential election coming up in October, the date of October 19th. And so the October 9th PD day was changed to October 19th so that the PD day for staff could continue on, but students wouldn't be in the school on a PD day. So we don't lose another instructional day to that. So by changing just the PD days, we continue on, we do not lose instructional time. And that was that change to the calendar that went out. That was the only other change. Of course, we also have, sorry, and it's not an election. You can tell I'm an immigrant, a referendum. Okay. Election, referendum, it's all kind of the same. Sorry. So, and again, very grateful for the eagle eyes that gave some feedback. Who knew that some months had 2/30ths in them, you know? But that, so I say that a little bit of tongue in cheek, but those corrections have been made. Those ones that came in early enough are already reflected in the board package that you have in front of you. But some that were made, as I said this morning, when we noticed no capitalization on the word school and that sort of thing, they have been made already, but are just not present and visible in front of you for your consideration. So the only date in the 26-27 calendar voted on by parents and our stakeholders is October 19th. Any questions on 26-27?
Trustees, any questions? Trustee Caputo?
Well, thank you for your input. I'm going into the spring break of March of 2027. So you have the 2 school days in lieu of, and then Friday, the 26th is Good Friday, because we've heard of concerns that parents would like to see like the Easter Monday off, but I'm seeing that is part of this already, that it's there already.
Correct. Good question. So because this was the calendar that's been published for 15, 16 months already, if not longer, and it was the calendar that parents voted on, making that change now would require us to have a re-vote and put that out to everyone because it is a date change. But I hear what you're saying, that from the Hinton Parent Council, you had some feedback. What I would like to suggest is that for our 27-28 calendar year, that we put a survey out around that so that all of our zones and all of our principals and parents can give feedback on whether or not we split the 2 in lieu days, one on either side. I think there could be some big feelings both ways around the Easter Monday and alignment with our separate school, the Catholic division calendar as well. So I think in order to be fair and with the board's permission, that we leave the 26-27 calendar as is, because that is what has been published and voted on, but that we do take the feedback as consideration for 27-28 and subsequent years.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the question again. That the Board of Trustees approves the attached 2026-2027 school year calendar as final. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay. 11.2.3 action item, school calendars 2027-2028 in principle. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve in principle the calendar for the 2027-2028 school year. Can I have somebody make that motion? Trustee Bird? Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Dr. Rollins. We'll continue with this next year's calendar. Thanks.
So looking at the 27-28 calendar now, again, a couple of pieces that were moved to accommodate instruction. We always want to build in as many instructional days in our year as possible, and also seek to get balance between semester 1 and semester 2, which sometimes is pretty difficult because we have quite a lot of things that fall in semester 1, and semester 2 only starts on the 31st of January. So one of the things that we would like to suggest in this particular calendar is a moving of those 3 startup days, which are within policy 18. Instead of starting those teacher return days and the PD days into September, bring those days back into August. And so those operational dates would be scheduled as August 27th, which is the Friday, the 30th and 31st, with the first school day being September 1, which aligns with our policy, which says that our first instructional day should be in September. And then that way, we don't actually start after the September long weekend, but we gain 2 instructional days, September 1, September 2. September 3rd remains a holiday. And then, of course, we continue on September 8 and onwards. Again, I'm very aware of a couple of formatting issues in this Excel document. To be honest, Excel is not my friend, but I am learning. I'm a creature of learning, so I will get there. But yes, I will correct those. And September 30th being the stat holiday has been accounted for. We have, of course, our PD days that all are accounted for, but there has been sort of one question raised around May. And again, this is a calendar in principle. It's not cast in stone. So this is a question that we're going to put towards our principals as well regarding the May 5th PD day and the potential to take it out of May and put it into April instead, perhaps attaching to the April 14th Easter weekend. So that is a consideration that we are aware of right now. And again, we'll seek input from our stakeholders and stakeholder voice before any decision is made around that. But I just want to make the board aware that that could be a potential for change being May 5th. That was one of those pieces. And then we did shift our teacher in lieu days that were originally in April back into March to align with that spring break, simply so that we have uninterrupted blocks of time in April for instruction as well. And of course, we always await the diploma, the PATs and DIPs, the dates that come out. We do have them in red. Those are the dates that are currently scheduled. We also know that Alberta Education reserves the right to change those dates far in advance. So this sometimes is our best guess. The one piece that I just want to highlight in the board report, and which I'm very grateful and thankful to the board for already mentioning it through the policy committee, is this consideration. It's the last point, and it was a suggestion to an amendment to policy 18, because policy 18 speaks at length as to when spring break starts. But if you look at the calendars, going forward, we have a couple of interesting Good Fridays coming our way. One Good Friday falls on April 14th. That would be for 2028. 2029, Good Friday falls back on March 30th. And then in 2030, which would affect the 29-30 calendar, so not necessarily any of the calendars you're going to see today, but just a consideration for the future, is that Good Friday would then fall on April 19th. So it kind of is quite late in April. So I think it would be a big stretch to ask folks to go nearly 4 months without a spring break, but these are just considerations. And so I do appreciate that the board has already identified this as a potential challenge, and we'll be looking to consider, hopefully amend some wording that says it doesn't necessarily have to be on the last Monday in March, but we can have some leeway around when that happens.
Thank you. Any questions? Trustee Caputo?
Thank you. I would like to say is that I noticed for November, like for the fall break, is that the 10th would be the professional development day. And then that would allow for a longer off time, not longer off time, but it would be more days, not more days off. But what I'm saying is that you would then have the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. And then the 10th would be the professional development day instead of putting it on the 12th, because normally that's when PD days is on a Friday, correct?
That is correct, Trustee Caputo, and that was directly related to some feedback that we received, because what would happen in that case is that the students would have, say they started their break on the Wednesday, which is where the PD day is now, and staff would have some time as well, but then they would have to come back to school in the middle of the break on the Friday. So by swapping the 2 days around, we haven't lost instructional time, but we have given a solid break for staff and students, rather than having staff be off 2 days, back 1 day, and then off again.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. I'll read the recommendation again, that the Board of Trustees approve in principle the calendar for the 27-28 school year. All in favor? And that is carried. 11.2.4 action items, school calendars 2028-2029 in principle. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve in principle the calendar for the 2028-2029 school year. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Acorn? Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
We will continue.
Okay, last calendar. Although I do want to say that the 29-30 calendar is a thing of beauty, and I was hoping to present it today, but we don't have to because it's only 3 calendars, not 4. Next year. So this particular calendar is a draft. It's given as a draft at this particular point in time. If it's approved in principle today, that heading will change to approved in principle. And then, of course, we'll have it moved to the website where all of our approved in principle calendars will be posted. So this particular one of the changes that was made was from the original calendar that had been shared earlier for 28-29, was that we had all of the office staff returning to schools, our school staff, on August 14th in consultation with principals at the last DLT on March 19th. A lot of the principals shared, and we are in agreement and aligned that that was too early. They wanted the office staff to come back the week after, not necessarily be there 2 weeks in advance, which made sense. So that adjustment was made, and that's in their report, that the office reopening date has been moved from August 14th to August 21st. And then we did the same switcheroo with the November PD date and the holiday, because they were the same as the previous calendar where the PD date came first. Sorry, the holiday came first and then the PD date. And by switching it around, we've now made the PD date come first and then the holiday date. So we have an uninterrupted break for staff as well as students without losing instructional time. Our focus always is on as many hours instructionally as we need to, just for the public to know and be aware of. Grades 1 through 9 require 950 hours instruction a year, and our grades 10 through 12, and these are minimums, a minimum of 1,000 hours of instruction. So we're always wanting to be not just at the minimum, but slightly over, and the more instructional time we can give over to our schools, the better it is for our students, and that's always our focus. Again, thank you for feedback from our trustees, because that brilliant idea to do the switcheroo between the 9th and the 10th of November, as much as I want to take credit for it, was not my idea at all. That was from one of our trustees. So thank you very much for your keen observations, for your review and combing through it. And like I said initially, there will be still many, many more eyes on these to look for any formatting errors, correct them before they become public-facing documents. One particular change across all of the calendars, and it'll just become entrenched now moving forward, is a change in color. The in lieu days were always a very light, pale color, making it hard to see them. They've been changed to a much darker color, so now it stands out across all of our calendars. And another change to every calendar is just a clarifying comment around any of the non-instructional days. For example, when it said parent-teacher in lieu days, we've now made it clear that it's no school parent-teacher in lieu days. So that is just very easy for our families to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Trustee Bird?
Any comments? I just want to say thank you, because I just want everybody out there in cyberspace too to see that, Dr. Rellens, you've hit the priorities, taking care of students and staff, because that way staff have the right amount of time off to rest, recover, and regroup. So that was a lot of hard work. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I just have one. So when you do your survey, are you going to ask again about the May 4th to be just moved to the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll read the recommendation again. That the Board of Trustees approve in principle the calendar for the 2028-2029 school year. All in favor? And that is carried. Sorry. This is what I get for printing front to back. I lose things. 11.2.5 action item, closure of Fulham Community School. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendation to close Fulham Community School effective June 30th, 2026. Could I have someone make that motion? Trustee Mines. Over to you, Superintendent Scobie.
Thank you, Board Chair. So while Fulham Community School has approximately about 34 FTE registered students for next year right now, it is important to acknowledge the immense heart and hard work the staff and community have poured into keeping the school a viable learning environment. This dedication has created a deep and supported atmosphere for our children, making the consideration of the school's future a difficult process for everyone involved. However, as we evaluate the best way to sustain high-quality programming for all students, we must weigh these valued local efforts against the long-term needs of the division. So there are a couple of potential next steps. So next steps, the Fulham Community School remains open. Should the board decide to keep Fulham Community School open, our focus will remain on providing a stable and supportive environment for the students currently enrolled. In this scenario, the division will continue to deliver the provincial curriculum with a multi-grade classroom structure, ensuring students have access to the core supports they require. The division will continue to manage the facility as the local learning site, upholding our responsibilities to keep the building safe and operational for daily use. And the division will ensure that students at Fulham continue to be served by dedicated educators who understand their unique community context. If the board chooses to close Fulham School, should the board decide to close Fulham Community School, our priority will shift to a transition plan focused on ensuring a smooth and supportive move for our students as they join their new school communities. The division will begin one-on-one outreach to Fulham families to discuss their child's specific needs, help them navigate the transition to their new school community for the 26-27 school year. The division will work closely with our Fulham families and staff to find, Fulham staff to find placements within other schools where their skills can be utilized and where they can find long-term professional stability. The division will host a community celebration to honor the school's years of service, ensuring the students and alumni have the space to say goodbye and celebrate their shared history. Following the formal closure on June 30th, 2026, the division will follow our established board policies and admin procedures regarding the future of the facility and the land. We're committed to a transparent process that adheres to all divisional and provincial requirements for the school sites. So in conclusion, ultimately, regardless of the final decision the board reaches today, there is one certainty that remains unchanged. The students of Fulham Community School, like every student in our division, will continue to be loved, valued, and supported by dedicated adults of GYPSD. Whether they are in the halls of Fulham or joining a new school community, their education will be met with the same enthusiasm and commitment to excellence that defines our division. We care deeply for each of and every one of our children because at the end of the day, all students are our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments for Superintendent Scobie? Okay, seeing none, I am going to give each trustee the opportunity to speak to this this action item, this motion. Does anybody want to start? Trustee Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 4 factors have stood out for me as I've thought long and hard about this recommendation. First, the significant advocacy of Fulham stakeholders to oppose closure was impressive, coupled with a relative absence of contrary arguments from other stakeholders. I recognize that this does not mean an absence of opposite views or that the loudest or best organized perspective is necessarily the right one. The perspectives offered were nevertheless appreciated and a testament to the seriousness of this decision. A second factor is the newness of the board, the GYPSD senior administration team, and Fulham educational leadership. This factor provides more weight to the argument that having the school remain open will allow alternative recruitment and programming strategies to become effective. Some initiatives cannot be reasonably pursued without the certainty of the school remaining open. There is an argument that the school could be closed and with appropriate effort, perhaps reopened. This does not seem like a positive route to me, even without clarifying whose effort is most required. There's also the factor and larger issue related to the nature of public education. And my role as a trustee, not only of GYPSD, but of the larger common good represented by public education. If you haven't seen the documentary Backpack Full of Cash, a look at this will describe how failing to adequately support all our schools, including small rural ones, actually presents a threat to universal public education and the common good. This encompasses a broader perspective that includes health in several dimensions, including the critical importance of community. This is the last factor that stands out for me. The viability of rural communities such as those in our division, and we are all rural, are to some degree at stake, and this makes the implications of closing a school greater than merely the allocation of an educational budget, though I certainly don't dismiss budgetary constraints as a critical element. I commend our administration for an excellent job in providing information related to this. Several stakeholders beyond individual families and the Fulham Parent Advisory Council have expressed this view. For example, we've heard from elements of the business community, and my understanding is that Yellowhead County is also considering multi-year financial support for a recovery effort at this rural school. Closing the school would also foreclose any forward motion in this regard. For these reasons, at this point, I'm prepared to oppose the closing of Fulham School as of June 2026. I feel we need to pursue partnerships with entities such as Yellowhead County and fully explore connections with post-secondary institutions and others with a view to innovative programming and revenue generation similar to some that already exist in our province. There's no doubt that fiscal realities need to be accepted, but I support the effort to try and influence this reality to a greater degree. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Robinson. Trustee Bowman.
Thank you. Fellow trustees, division leadership, and Fulham community. I feel it is important to go on the record today to explain the principles and the policy-driven evidence that guided my decision regarding the future of Fulham School. When I look at my role as a trustee and our collective mandate as division leaders, I cannot vote to close this school. My decision is based on 4 key pillars. Number 1, student health, wellness, and the 70-kilometer busing reality. According to Policy 1, our board priorities include student learning and system health and wellness. For students to achieve optimal learning, they must be well. During spring break, I personally drove from the county line on the Whitecourt Highway to Fulham School, a 22.8 kilometers trip, and then to Edson, which was 70 kilometers. We know bus routes are rarely straight lines. We can easily add many more kilometers to those numbers. Expecting small children to endure 70+ kilometers each way, spending 2 to 3 hours on a bus daily, is not taking care of their wellness. These children deserve a childhood, time for chores, and time for family, not a grueling commute that begins before dawn. Number 2, honoring the unique value of rural education. Our divisional foundation statements explicitly state that rural communities provide unique learning opportunities. Fulham is currently living this belief. They are embracing their rural identity and creating meaningful programs for their community. If we truly value the diversity of our division, we must support our schools' creative ideas.
Public education is changing. Families are increasingly looking at charter schools and homeschooling. We should be asking, what can we do to make our buildings more attractive to these families? Fulham is already answering that call. They have seen success this year drawing families back because of their small classes, strong leadership, and specialized programs. Number 3, allowing time for growth and innovation. Viability cannot be measured in a vacuum. Fulham has a new principal with fresh ideas and a highly motivated parent council. However, a viability study lasting only 5 months is simply not enough time to see the fruits of these initiatives or for the population to rebound. They need to be given the chance to succeed without the constant shadow of closure hanging over them. Number 4, integrity, compassion, and due diligence. Lastly, I believe we owe this community more than a 5-month window for a decision of this magnitude. For years, families were told that the school would never close. To pivot to a potential closure in such a short time frame fails to uphold our core values of integrity and compassion. As leaders, our due diligence must include providing communities with a fair and transparent timeline. In conclusion, the education and well-being of all students is the mandate of being a trustee. Closing this school is not what is best for the students in the Fulham community. I'm going to leave you with a quote from the Foothills School Division in Alberta. Alberta's promise to give every child a quality education matters, especially in rural areas. By working together to keep rural schools fair, open, and well-supported, we help our communities stay vibrant and give every child a strong foundation for success. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bowman. Trustee Bird.
Hi, everybody. Glad you're all here. We have received dozens of letters from many of you. Thank you for each and every one of them and the courage it took to write them. So this is my letter to you. The vote itself today is an easy one for me, but the process has been one of the hardest things I have ever done, especially as a first-year school board trustee. I believe in Fulham School. And I don't think there's anybody who hasn't been watching the Artemis II moon expedition. And I'm just going to quote Christina Koch, the Artemis II mission specialist from NASA. And she's the first woman to ever fly to the moon. These are her first public remarks back on Earth. What makes a crew? A crew is a group that is in it all the time, no matter what, that is stroking together every minute with the same purpose, that is willing to sacrifice silently for each other, that gives grace, that holds accountable. A crew is inescapably, beautifully, dutifully linked. So when we saw a tiny Earth, people asked our crew what impressions we had. What struck me wasn't necessarily just Earth. It was all the blackness around it. Earth was just this lifeboat. Earth was just this light lifeboat hanging undisturbingly in the universe. I may not have learned everything that this journey has yet to teach me, but there's one thing new I know. There's one thing new I know, and that is planet Earth, you are a crew. And it hit me, and because I haven't been sleeping, most of us here have not been sleeping. And I started to think about Fulham School as a crew. And I guess I want to say that you are an exemplary school. I believe all Grand Yellowhead School Division schools are. I've taught in them. I tried to retire in 2012, and then I have been subbing everywhere. And we have a fine public school division. But when I walked into Fulham School, and we all felt this, the visionary leadership under Rose and her crew, which includes parents and the community, is smart. It's logical, it's innovative, it's strategic, it's creative, it's action-oriented. I follow you on Facebook every day, and I go to sleeping. Well, I haven't been sleeping, but I'm exhausted looking at all the things, wonderful things you're doing, and forward thinking for practical employment outcomes. And the other schools, sure, but for your necessary
your own necessary wants and needs. This is you. This crew, with its high energy and ideas that revolve around the concept of your community, reflect your wants and specific needs. All your letters and input we have received clearly demonstrate this. Thank you all for your passionate, evidence-based communication. You are a rigorous group. You love your community, what it represents in the world. Your ideas and application of additional visionary programs are forward-thinking in a world where the basics of food and shelter remain problems for most of the almost 9 billion people on the planet. Your new programs supplement curricula. Thank you. As a member of our team read astronaut Colonel Chris Hatfield's book Over Spring Break, and this is what this person told me yesterday. Hatfield said, if you can't take criticism, don't be an astronaut. I think if you can't take criticism, don't be the principal of Fulham School. Fulham School has had to take so much criticism over this process, and the new commander, Rose, and crew have been under the petri dish and fishbowl for months now, vigorously bringing the constant energy to your rural cause. Thank you for documenting this again on Facebook. In education and in screenwriting, which I am a big part of, we show, don't tell, because this methodology, showing, is active, whereas telling is passive. This little school is very actively pursuing what their community needs and wants. In conclusion, no one wants this little yet big school to close. Public schools' fiduciary powers have been so limited, restrained, restricted, and made finite. And we appreciate all the work that Tash and Kurt's due diligence in trying to figure out something to solve it have taken. We really do. We love our Tash so much, and we wish she was here. It's been just awful for them as well. Fulham, I think you are making a silk purse out of a sow's ear with your Artemis 2 outside the box thinking. I vote no for closing this little rural school that helps little rural kids with their big necessities. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bird. Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. Some of what I'm going to say, it's already been said by some of our board members, but you know what? I'm putting it out there too, again. So one of our beliefs as a board is that rural communities provide unique learning opportunities for students. And this is found in Policy 1, our divisional foundational statements. And Fulham is an example of that in action. Fulham is more than just a school, it is a community. I truly believe that Principal Rumble, along with her staff, parents, and community members, are creating meaningful and unique learning experiences for the students of Fulham School every single day. If you follow Fulham Community School on Facebook, you can see these opportunities come to life. Students aren't just learning from textbooks. They are learning by doing. They are discovering sustainable agriculture, understanding where their food comes from, and gaining hands-on experience by growing food themselves. One post that really stands out to me said it best, if I may say, and I have this in quotes, from seed to supper. Students at Fulham School experience the vital journey of sustainable agriculture firsthand. We don't mind getting our hands in the soil because we believe that teaching a child to grow their own food is a life skill that empowers them for a lifetime. And that is exactly what is happening here. By bringing plant biology to life in the school garden, students are harvesting far more than just crops. They are cultivating resistance, cooperation, determination, and a deep sense of pride in their hard work. These are not just lessons, they are life skills. These are not just activities. These are experiences that shape confident, capable young people. Fulham School is a place where education is hands-on, meaningful, and rooted in real life. It is a place where students grow not only academically, but as confident, capable individuals. For this reason, I will be voting no to close Fulham School. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Caputo. Trustee Acorn or Mines? Trustee Acorn?
Reaching this point has been a journey that included difficult reflection and raw emotion. I care deeply about the Fulham School, its students and staff, and recognize the unique, strong experiences it offers the students as well as their entire community. I think that it is important to recognize the unique situation of the rural school boards. We aren't just making decisions for our schools today. We make a decision for our friends, some of our relatives, families of people that we went to school with. And it's a very hard decision. We don't take it lightly. Throughout this process, we've carefully reviewed every proposal, including the community's recent advocacy for alternative programming. However, when we weigh the long-term enrollment against the financial responsibility to all the students in the division and the proposed plan lacks the financial certainty required for the board to commit. We cannot in good conscience move forward with a plan that risks the long-term stability of the educational offerings to the division. I am confident that the students will continue to thrive and receive a high quality of education in our neighboring GYPSD schools. And to ensure this, I am calling for a transition plan that prioritizes the individual needs of every Fulham family, specifically regarding creative busing, timeline solutions. We are committed to making this transition as seamless as possible for all the children.
Thank you, Trustee Acorn. Trustee Mines?
As many of you may know, I served as the principal of Grand Cache Community High School and Sunrise Christian Program. Sunrise can be compared to Fulham in one sense. Sunrise operated within a high school budget and did not have an independent budget, nor did it qualify for small rural grants. This gave me direct experience working with shared funding model while managing the challenges that come with declining enrollment. At one point, Sunrise had over 120 students. It was a strong, viable program that served its community well. Over time, however, enrollment steadily declined. Throughout those years, we worked to maintain programming, keep multi-graded classrooms manageable. In my final year as principal, the enrollment had declined to 43 students. Following my retirement, the program was ultimately closed when staffing could not be secured. I'm going to add this in: the staff that were there decided to leave to ensure their future employment as Christian school teachers because they did not believe the program would survive. As enrollment declined, financial and operational pressures increased. The high school budget gradually absorbed more and more of program costs, including instructional coverage, prep time, and student supports. While this allowed the program to continue for a period of time, it also had broader impacts. The high school experienced reduced flexibility in course offerings, larger classroom groups that could not be split because those teachers had to teach in the Sunrise program, and reduced access to support staff such as educational assistants. In some cases, staff worked collaboratively and creatively to ensure students received the support they needed. However, this was often done by reallocating time and resources from other areas. It highlights the kinds of trade-offs that occur in a shared funding environment when enrollment declines. From an administrative perspective, these are complex situations. Decisions made with the goal of supporting students, they must also reflect the realities of staffing, funding, and long-term sustainability. These are not easy decisions and require careful consideration for both immediate needs and future impacts. With respect to Fulham community school, it is clear the school has a strong community support and dedicated staff who are deeply committed to their students. The programming that has been developed reflects a great deal of effort and care. At this time, smaller schools require a high level of staffing, flexibility, supervision relative to enrollment. And those operational realities are a broader part of the discussion. I know that Rose and her staff have countless hours of supervision time, and they are the guys running the after-school program. I'm just adding that in there. You should treasure them. There is also funding considerations tied to rural school grant eligibility. If the enrollment levels fall below the required thresholds, the resulting shortfall would need to be addressed within the division's overall budget. This has implications for how resources are allocated across all schools, and it's important to consider those system-wide impacts. As trustees, we have a fiduciary duty to the division. That means we must consider all students and all schools and ensure that decisions are made in a way that supports the overall sustainability and equity of the system. If it is the board's decision to keep the school open, I would recommend any additional funding required to be considered at a system level rather than a reduction to the other schools. I recognize this can be challenging as many of our funding envelopes are targeted and leave little room for flexibility. This will likely mean necessary adjustments that would occur through attrition rather than immediate staffing or program reductions. In that context, the most sustainable path forward for Fulham would be to continue efforts to increase student enrollment with the goal of meeting funding thresholds through the weighted moving average full-time FTE of 35 and continuing to build from there to the next threshold level. If it is the board's decision to close Fulham, I would ask that we work closely with the families to provide transportation options that reduce student ride times to Edson and Knighton schools and support a smooth transition for students. I have heard a range of perspectives from families and stakeholders, and it's clear there's a deep level of care and commitment to the school. We've also heard from people who believe the school should close. Both of these perspectives are important and should be part of our consideration. Regardless of the outcome of the board's decision, I will respect and support it. Ultimately, our focus must remain on ensuring that all students across the division have access to stable, equitable, and sustainable programming both now and into the future.
Thank you, Trustee Mines. I get to go last. I want to begin by acknowledging the passion and commitment shown by the division administration, school staff, families, community, and my fellow trustees throughout this process. These are not easy decisions, and they carry significant impact for everyone involved. This is not a decision about value of this school or its community. It is about how we best serve students both now and into the future. Because of all of the advocating from the families and community members, this is what I heard. First, student well-being and transportation. Students in this remote rural community benefit from small class sizes, strong relationships, and hands-on learning experiences that are difficult to replicate elsewhere. We must also recognize the impact that leaving a familiar and valued school environment can have on students. Many students already face long travel times, and closure would increase that significantly. Extended bus rides can impact student well-being, including fatigue and reduced time for extracurricular activities and family. These are important realities for students in remote rural areas. Secondly, time and opportunity. The school leadership and community have begun developing new ideas and direction for the school. At this stage, there has not been enough time to fully assess the impact of that work. Allowing time for these efforts to develop is an important part of making a fair and informed decision and reflects our responsibility to ensure that all reasonable options have been meaningfully considered before making a decision of this magnitude. Thirdly, support and shared responsibility. If a new direction is to succeed, it will require collaboration between the community, the division, the municipality, and the province. Supporting that work is a shared responsibility, and rural education is a shared responsibility. Schools like Fulham also contribute to the strength of relationships, trust, and collaboration within a community. We learned that that is what is referred to as social capital, which plays an important role in student success and community resilience. I'm going to quote some things that I learned from Daryl Robertson while we were learning about social capital. He spoke to how communities with high levels of social capital do a better job of educating their children than communities with lower social capital. Trust networks and norms of oh my goodness. Thank you. Within a child's environment, help that child grow. The question he asked us is, how do we as leaders in our division keep the focus on our students? A quote directly from him: as a community, all of us are standing on the edge of significant opportunity, incredible collaboration, and community development. Fourth is the engagement and process. While there may be differing perspectives on the level of engagement over time, the board has heard from administration, parents, and community members. These decisions are complex, and they are strongest when communities have clear information and meaningful opportunities for engagement. And we have heard from everyone, both administration and from our community. The Education Act guides us to act in the best interests of students across the entire division. As trustees, we also have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure our decisions are sustainable and responsible. At the same time, Fulham Community School functions as a school of necessity, given its remote rural location, helping ensure students have reasonable access to education without excessive travel. We must balance efficiency with equity. While smaller schools may have higher per student costs, they also ensure access for students who would otherwise face significant barriers. We should also consider the broader impact of closure. Adding students to a larger school may increase class sizes, while opportunities to support other rural schools such as Knighton may be overlooked. There is also a risk that families seeking this type of learning environment may pursue options outside the division. If that occurs, we lose the students and the opportunity to support their learning within our public system. With that in mind, I believe there is a responsible path forward that includes clear expectations and accountability, such as continued enrollment updates to the board, a minimum enrollment of over 35 FTE students by September 30th, a collaborative plan for a remote rural agricultural and sustainable natural resource-focused program presented before the end of this school year, a board review with the community prior to April of 2027 to revisit the viability of this school. We are seeing ongoing enrollment challenges in rural communities, and each closure has cumulative impact on the sustainability of rural education over time. We just got word of another rural school being closed in McLennan. When rural schools close, they rarely reopen. These decisions have long-term impacts on students and communities. Ultimately, our responsibility as trustees is to make decisions that serve students today while also protecting opportunities for tomorrow. I believe this approach allows us to do both. Thank you. Is there any other comments? I will call to question then. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the recommendation to close Fulham Community School effective June 30th, 2026. All in favor? All opposed? And that is defeated. Thank you. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank our administration for all the work that they did putting forward this recommendation. I want to thank our community. I want to thank our municipality for showing up today. This was a very hard decision. It was long thought out. I have to say that my decision came right down to the very end, and it was not an easy one. And I thank everyone for your input. I think we're just going to finish our meeting. Okay. Future business, meeting dates open to the public. April 21st, public board meeting 10 a.m., closed to the public April 21st, committee of the whole meeting 9 a.m. Is there any notice of motion? Seeing none, any future agenda items? Seeing none, is there anything for closed session, Superintendent Scobie?
No, we have nothing for closed session today.
Thank you very much. Therefore, there's no action in response. I will call for someone to make the motion to adjourn. Trustee Bird, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, everyone.